All right. Hey, welcome back to the show, everybody. We're getting started. We're getting back at it. We're getting on modern naval warfare again. We're going to do I'm going to replay yesterday's mission to make sure I got a good handle on it. Had somebody come in who knew what they were doing and really helped me out with the sonar and TSM, targeting system management. Yep. So, yeah, we're learning. We're getting there. We're starting to learn how to really get on this thing. So let's do first things first for that we do every day. Top 10 gaming news headlines for today. Rayman Origins Enhanced Edition leaks again as Xbox accidentally lists a 4K remaster. Xbox officially delays Fable reboot to February 2027 to avoid competing with GTA 6. 007 First Light surpasses 1 million copies sold in 24 hours, earning strong critical acclaim. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 launches October 23rd, 2026, featuring campaign, multiplayer, and DMZ. Bungie confirms Destiny 2's final update arrives in June as active development ends. Where are we? Valve raises Steam Deck prices by hundreds of dollars amid continued sellouts. Dragon Quest XII development restarted from scratch, new name and trailer revealed. The Witcher 3 Songs of the Past expansion announced launching next year. Epic Games unveils Unreal Engine 6 with a Rocket League tech teaser. Modern Warfare 4 confirmed to bring back DMZ mode as Infinity Ward returns after 4 years. And that's your top 10. Top 10 gaming news headlines. Hey, Doc, how's it going? How you doing this morning? All right. So let's see here. I did a test stream this morning and learned that I can play this on full, like, even though my GPU's all the way up at 90, I can still play this on ultra settings and it not bottleneck the stream. At least it didn't for the 15 to 20 minutes that I was playing. So we'll see what happens. When I did the scene transitions and stuff, it kind of, it didn't, there was no spikes at all. So I think we might be safe. If anything, if the stream starts to lag out and we have any issues, don't worry, I will get it sorted out right away. All right. So where are we? We're over here. Let me get this turned on. Where's my TV? There's my TV. There we go. All right. So we're going to replay yesterday's mission, which was the Dusk Hunt, where we launch ASM at a bulk carrier and we stop it. We don't sink it. So the mission briefing. Recent intel reports state that a large amount of military-grade weapons and ammunition were stolen from a warehouse during a NATO exercise. The stolen assets were spotted while being loaded to the bulk carrier Salma H by a HUMINT source. This particular vessel is known to be on the employment of several small terrorist groups. The ship has entered your area of operations a few hours ago. Your mission is to track the ship and either put it out of operation or sink it. Oh, okay. So we might launch torps at this thing too. All right. Before it reaches its anchorage and unload the cargo, since the ship is operating in sparse but active shipping lanes. Take special care to keep the collateral damage to a minimum. So here we go. Let's see how this thing holds out. Let's see what happens with this. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, huh? Okay. All right, so let's get running dark here. And we will switch to 5C. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so first things first, I need to do a few things here. All right, let's get the helm set up the way we like it. So that screen is where we want it to be. We want this one to be our depth screen. We want this one to be our rigging screen. And we want this one to be our mast. All right, there's that. So one thing I noticed yesterday is they aren't giving us actual nautical charts unless I just haven't learned how to do it yet. Like, this is cool and everything, and it kind of gives you topography, and you can zoom in and kind of see some of the contours there, but it's not a nautical chart. It doesn't give us actual depths or anything like that. I've tried pushing all the different buttons. Like, this is accurate, like your north up, course up, and all of that. I can't click on that. I can click that. What does that do for us again when we click that? Nothing. Anyways. Okay, so yeah, I like on a real Ectus, you would have options to actually do your overlays, and it would give you something that looks like this. Hold on, where are we? Where is it? I know you're here somewhere. Socials, there we go. We're gonna open this up, and we're gonna look at this. So this is a free nautical chart. Like, it's not the best in the world. Like, it's not like the ones I got on board, but it's a nautical chart nonetheless, and it gives you your depths and your contours and everything else like that. So kind of know where you're traveling in real life. I'm hoping, and what you would also see, which I've tried making it, let's see what we do, aerial photo. Okay, yeah, we don't want that. I've selected marine traffic, but no marine traffic seems to be showing up on this chart. But on a real Ectus, on a real ship, you would be able to pull all of this information up on this chart that we're actually looking at in game. And you would be able to see all of that information with the shipping lanes, the ships, the AIS information of the ships. You'd be able to do everything right from your electronic chart display information system. Plotting your courses, staying in the traffic lane, so on and so forth. But it doesn't seem like they're giving us that option. Like, you would literally be able to see your submarine on the chart, where you're actually located and all of that stuff. I'm hoping that they do, like Microsoft Simulator, there was add-ons that you could get for it and purchase that actually gave you actual aeronautical charts. But we need sea charts, and we need it added to the game. So hopefully some smart person out there figures out that this is a necessity. And then again, the game isn't that popular yet because of its difficulty, but for people like me, I'll love it, and I'll use it, and I'll add the charts, and I'll use the AIS and all of that stuff. So hopefully somebody out there makes something that works like that. So there's that. All right. So anyways, so they don't really give us nautical charts, but we understand that we're here. We're by what is this place? I want to say it's the Philippines. Puerto Princesa Subterranean River National Park. Anyways, we're there. We're there. That's where we're at. I want to say it's the Philippine Sea. Not sure. But if we had a nautical chart, it would give us all of that information and let us know all of the information. This kind of just gives you a rough punch of what's going on. No nautical charts yet. So hopefully they add that to the game. With AIS and shipping lanes and depths and contours and everything else on this Ectus chart, because that's what would really be on an Ectus chart. So hopefully they add that soon. Anyways, let's get on with the mission here. Now, please remember, I am still learning. I've had some help along the way, so bear with us as we learn about all this stuff and try and figure it out, because there isn't really that many great tutorials, and I'm not going to make tutorials. I'm just going to play it and live stream it and learn it, and if anybody has questions later on, maybe I can answer them. All right, so your mission is to track the ship, either put it out of operation or sink it before it reaches its anchorage and unload the cargo. Proceed to the surface for radio briefing. Aye. All right. So we know we need to head to the surface, but first we're going to get a few things set up here. We're going to get our we're going to auto crew our stations here. There we go. Auto crew our station. Auto crew our station. I learned yesterday that it's not periscope depth. You actually need to go to 0 for, like, I after a while, like when I moved the ship around, even though I was at periscope depth, like it took like an hour or so before the radio communique came through. But what was his name? Mazel taught me yesterday that if you go to 040, it will you'll be able to receive the communique at that depth. Like, we seem to be doing fine here. Like, we're on ultra graphics now, so we're on our way up to the surface here. Our pitch and list indicators. So this is us. I learned that yesterday too. That blue line is us. That's our ship right there. And I don't quite understand how this works, and I probably need to read up some more on it and get a better understanding of it. But I see the degrees at the top, so I know that's degrees. So yesterday there was another ship that was in red, and I guess if it starts to go at an angle, like that's it moving away from us. But that's us here. We're the blue line. So I'm going to try to just do this by the book, and once we get to the top, we're going to take our radio communique, receive our orders, basically. Like, see, they've got ships and stuff tracked, but I don't know what they're tracking, because we don't even have anything up on AIS or anything like that. So I think that's just kind of hogwash. I think whatever they're doing is just kind of okay. I don't know. The game is still in development. Like they told us that when we purchased it, that it's early access and they're still developing it. I heard rumors yesterday that they were going to be, it's going to be co-op this summer. And then I heard later on down the road, it'll actually be PvP, where you could play against other ships and their crews. So that ought to be quite interesting if those were true facts. But like I said, I hope they add Ectus. Like, I really hope they add the actual charts. I mean, and I know it's a lot of info, like it's a lot of info for the game, but I hope they add that, because that would really help with navigation. So that's one thing we'll do. We're gonna get our sonar up so we know that we're not gonna run aground, right? I'm gonna put it in feet. I don't like calculating fathoms, and we're gonna put it on continuous. So that's our eyes and ears for everything there, basically, because the chart really doesn't give us all the information. Still pitched here. We're getting there. Like, boy, we got to be right on the surface for this. Look, you can see the conning tower sticking out. Okay. So I'm guessing that we can go do our, let's go receive our orders here. You shouldn't have to go all the way up. You should be able to put your antennas out and receive the information. So we're going to do one SATCOM and one COM antenna. And we're going to send receive. Look, it came through that quick that time. All right, subject, intercept civilian cargo vessel, tasking order, IAW reference OPORD 2504. You're tasked to conduct offensive action against the bulk carrier cargo vessel Salma H. The vessel is believed to be carrying large amounts of military-grade weapons and munitions. The target is expected to enter your patrol area 171500Z, January 23rd. Track, classify, and attack the bulk carrier cargo vessel Salma H before it unloads her cargo. Avoid collateral damage to passing civilian traffic. Avoid detection by passing civilian traffic. Rules of engagement: maintain weapons-free posture. You have release authority from COM sublant against the designated primary objective. No other enemy combatants are expected in the grid sector. So we're going to print that. Then we're going to retract our antennas. And we should be good. We've received our orders. So I learned yesterday and don't ask me the principles because I don't understand it. We need to get our own signature profile. And the way we do that is we draw SSP. All right, so this is the layer of our sound speed profile, and this is the depth of... All right, hold on. This is what we're going to do. Please explain tactical decision aid, draw SSP, and how it all works.
All right, let's dive into that. So, tactical decision aids like draws SP are basically tools used by the military, more specifically the Navy, to help them make informed decisions. They're used in situations like mine countermeasures. So when you've got underwater vehicles out in shallow water, and you need to figure out where the mines are and how to deal with them. The way it works is pretty cool. These decision aids gather data from autonomous underwater vehicles and other sources, and they put all that info together into a visual format that Navy operators can easily understand. It's all about making quick, reliable decisions and reducing the time it takes to respond. Now, the Draws SP system is one of these tools. It basically lets them look at mine-like contacts, underwater terrain, and other bits of important info, and then they can figure out the best way to handle it. So, it's kind of a smart command and control system for underwater operations. All right, does that give you a good picture of how it all works?
Yes, explain to me what my submarine's sound speed profile is.
Sure. So think of your submarine's sound speed profile as basically a map of how fast sound travels in the water around you. Super important for any undersea operations, especially if you're dealing with things like sonar or trying to detect objects underwater. The speed of sound in water changes based on a bunch of factors like temperature, depth, and salinity. So your submarine's profile is just a way of understanding how all those factors come together in your current environment. It helps you figure out how sound is going to move around the sub, which is super useful for navigation and detecting other objects. So basically, it's like your underwater sound roadmap. Now, what else are you curious about?
Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to pull up the manual. 1 second. Where is she at? This is it. We're gonna quiet that, and we're gonna look at the Virginia class manual here. Tracking sonar contacts. All right, and they really don't go that into depth, I noticed, like especially on this SSP, unless I'm looking on the wrong page. Sensors. Okay, we know, got that. Let's zoom out here a little. Deploy towed sonar arrays. Nope. Sensors. Track visual contacts. This is AIS. Track ESM contacts. Track AIS contacts. Radar contacts. All right, well, we've got that information. Okay, so we're gonna head down. We're gonna head down to periscope depth real quick, so we can. I'm just gonna give a quick order. Depth, periscope depth. Thing. And we're gonna raise our ESM mast here. Somehow we were already tracking that. We're tracking the vessel somehow already without that mast raised. Let's look at our masts here. So we only have the ESM mast up for right now. It shows it right there. That's the one we just raised. Let's see what happens if we raise our sonar, our radar mast. Okay. And transmit. And we're going to take it out to 96 nautical miles. Now, I don't think I think it might not be working because the antenna actually isn't on the surface. Yeah, it's not picking up any targets at 96 nautical miles, so let's go back and look at our exits here. Oops, sorry, I forgot. You guys might need to remind me. Hold on, I gotta turn this off. I forget to turn things off once in a while. I need to, because I want to try to show you guys where I'm getting my information from so what I want to do here. All right, let's look at the chart. Zoom in. Thank you. Okay, so E2 is a whale. I already know that E2 is a whale. I really don't want to get too close to this guy, so I think if I just sit right here, actually, I want to get visual on him. I actually want to see him in my periscope. So what I'm going to do, actually, nope, we're going to go out of here, back to station, and we're going to plot our own route. We're going to call this intercept. Intercept and save. And we're going to place a waypoint. So our own waypoint. And then we're going to say like right here. No. Here. And a new one. And like right there. Okay, so now we're gonna say our speed is 20 knots. And I'm not gonna set the depth. Okay. So Now I'm going to look back at this one, right click, and I'm going to plot route. All right, it says there's none there. Let's main route, intercept. All right, so that's the one I just selected. Now we're going to make sure autopilot is off. We want it on. So now it says on. Okay. So we should be underway now to that target. I want to get visual confirmation. I want to look at it. So I'm not just going to trust our information here. All right, so let's go back to AIS. That's our target I want to track. There we go. Yep, that target, track. Yep, 148, there she is. Okay, so now we're tracking. All right, we're tracking. All right. So now we're tracking the target. So we should have a profile now. I want to look at the station and I want to zoom in. All right, we're going to do one more thing. I see something faint there, but it's not very much of a target. So we're going to deploy our fat line. Now, somebody told me yesterday that the fat line was better for tracking ships. Let's ask. What's the difference between a thin line towed array and a fat line towed array?
Well, when it comes to towed arrays on submarines, the main difference between a thin line and a fat line towed array is basically the size and what that means for performance. So a thin line array is exactly what it sounds like. It's a lot thinner, which makes it more flexible and easier to handle. It's a bit stealthier because it's less noticeable in the water, but it usually doesn't have as much detection range or sensitivity. On the other hand, a fat line towed array is thicker, and that means it can pack in more sensors and it can detect sounds over longer distances, or with better clarity. It's a bit bulkier, might create a bit more dread, but it's got that extra capability. So it's basically a trade-off between stealth and ease of handling on the thin line side, and range and sensitivity on the fat line side. Anyway, is there anything else you're curious about when it comes to this?
All right, so we're en route to Selma. Now I want to listen to her. I want to hear her propagation. So I'm going to click on what I think is her, and we're going to listen to it. Yeah, see, you can hear. So that's her right there. This faint line that we're seeing here in the middle of the screen. And if I turn it up, you can actually hear the screws turning on the ship. So let's listen to this. You hear that? Thup, 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 thup. That's the propeller of the ship. Now we switch to the WAA, and now you can hear her a little bit more. And now we're gonna switch to our fat line. All right, there we go. So, all right, so I'm going to get out of that for a second, and I want to look at our, so now we have S2 showing up on the line, but it's very broken. It's not a very solid target. Our depth is still good. Which target is here? You're relieved, dude. You're just relieved because I don't think you're doing anything at all. Let's see here. Yeah, report. I don't care about thermals or you're not. I need somebody that can work and do something. Get out of here. How do I do it? Relieve. Go. Okay. So, we're gonna go over to here. There we go. So A1. A1 is the target we want to track. All right, let me get out of here. So we have no... These two are whales. Actually, I'll just go back over to the station. So let's set trace. There we go. Let's do another draw. Temperature profile. Okay. So set trace and ray trace. All right, let's ask the AI. Explain to me setting a trace on sonar and ray tracing and how it works.
Absolutely happy to break that down. So when you're talking about setting a trace on sonar, it's basically like picking out a particular underwater contact and then following it over time. So on a sonar display, you'd mark a certain signal or target, and then you'd keep that trace running so you can track its movements, speed, and direction. Sort of like highlighting it on your radar and think, all right, let's keep an eye on this one and see where it goes. Now, with ray tracing, we're talking about something a bit different because that's more from the graphics and visual side of things. In gaming or simulations, ray tracing is all about creating super realistic lighting and reflections. It's basically a way to simulate how light would bounce around a scene in real life, and that makes visuals way more lifelike. So it's a totally different thing, but it really shows off how light and sound can both be traced, just in different environments. All right, hope that clears it up. What else can I dive into for you?
Hey, Shadow, how's it going, man? Welcome to the show. I'm in chat if you want to join. Feel free to join me if you have any advice or... I'm kind of trying to remember what our sonar expert taught us yesterday, so I'm basically redoing that same mission to make sure I got a good understanding of it. So now we're ray tracing. Let's see what that did for us. All right, so now we can even see something there. Okay. So we've got A1. Let's go back out and look. So the Salma is the A1, right? Okay, Salma is the A1. So that's the ship we want to target. So we're on A1, okay. Let's see what happens when we switch to these others. Yep, so it's got, I see that it's bright there, so I'm guessing that means we're on the right path. Okay, now this, why are we not seeing A1? All right, let's add A1. No, we don't want S3. Let's delete S3. Can't delete that one or that one. But I'm going to say, all right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say A1 and S1 are the whales. Right, there's another whale, and then there's our actual target. They actually did a good job with this part. I mean, you don't see your port and starboard lights. Maybe I'm not looking at the right angle. You should see a green light and a red light right there, but they don't have that. But they did actually, like, if you, so on a ship, you don't, if a ship is facing away from you, you shouldn't see its two mast lights, and they did that. They did a good job of it. You should be able to see them at this angle And this angle, because this is how you detect the size of a ship at night, is by their mast lights and which direction they're going, which you would see their port, their starboard and port lights on the bridge there, but they did not add that for some reason. So, and then you would see the stern light on the very stern of the ship. And that's how, like, you know, if you only see one white light at night, you know that that ship is moving away from you. If you see two white lights at night, you know that that ship is moving towards you. If you see the red light here, you would know that you're on its port side. And if you see the green light there, you would know that you're on its starboard side. So there's a little bit of nautical training for you there. All right, so we have those 3 targets. So let's head back inside and take a look at that. So let's flip through here and see what all of our different options are. Not much. We'll switch this to WAA, and we'll switch that to the TB34. And let's listen again here. The track is right there, so let's listen again. And you can hear it. It's like that's the propeller of the ship. Here, we're gonna. Yeah, I can definitely hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I can hear it. Let's turn the game sound up and make sure. Can you hear that, Shadow? Can you hear that? I hear it. I hear it loud and clear. Okay. All right, so we know that. So what else can we learn from all of this here? We have our target S2, S1, and now we can see A1 in purple. So we know the whales, and I'm still trying to get a grasp on all this, really. All right, anyways. I don't know what these guys are tracking here. Like, I don't know what's going on these screens. It seems like a bunch of nonsense, but anyways. Okay. So, we've got that on that screen. So let's use this screen. Let's see what else. That's gonna not do us any favors. So we did all of that. Let's see if I can figure out the targeting now. We should be pretty well tracking this guy. Only thing I haven't done is gotten a visual on him. So let's, how fast are we going? 0.5 knots. All right, let's raise up our periscope here. which is probably going to make a loud noise because... Yep. See, I think we can, hold on, let me fix that. We can turn off this because we're not on, we got to be on the surface, right? So... that doesn't get rid of our noise, so I think it's the ESM that's affecting it, so let's do that. Right, now we should only have... Okay, so let's see here. Let's see if we can see our target. I wish we could slow down on that movement though. Like, I want to be able to control this a little bit easier. I don't see anything, and I don't see any, so let's read that real quick. All right, so we know, let's do tracking by sight. Let's study up on tracking by sight. Oh, hey, Mazel, how you doing? I can mute the ESM intercept. I gotta move this over here. Let's see if I can get away with doing this. Marcel, feel free to join the chat whenever you want. I'm in the chat. Feel free. I'm here. So I know he's out this way, so we're just too far away from him to be able to see him. Now, here, let's do some, let's do this. All right, so we're gonna shut that down, and we're gonna look at tracking by sight. There we go. All right. Track visual contacts. All right, go to the periscope station or the command station. In that case, select on the left, the binocular icon. Oh, okay. On the top of the screen, you have on the left two icons looking like a USB port, one on top of the other. Those are to select the scopes. To select the scopes you want to use, and you can use both. The next icon opens the periscope panel. So here, let's do one up here. There we go. I believe it's raised. Did I not? Okay, I don't want both. I just want one. We can't do one and the other. Okay, I guess not. Let's turn that off, turn that off. So we know our target's out this way. Can I just do this one? I'm guessing that this... All right, let's go back to the one we can see out of. Ah, there we go. Zooming in and zooming out. Okay. So we see there, and I guess that does when you've got both of them. Okay. So here, now we've zoomed in. Zoom in a little bit more. See, I know. See, it shows us S3 and A1, so that's the direction. Okay, so we need to be looking right here because it shows us S3 and A1. So the target should be right around there. What does this do? Oh, okay. Yeah. I like that. And what did that do? Nice. Okay, so we know because it shows us right there A1, and that's our target, so that's where we need to be looking anyways. Oh, sorry. Yep, my bad. I'll fix it. Hold on. I always forget about that. All right, hold on. Let me, there we go. Let me finish reading it though. Okay. On the top of, okay, we got that. The screen, the screen is divided into two. On the left, a black screen with a reticle and a pie representing the field of view. On the right, there are 3 panels on top, a polar view of your boat and a white pie slice on the top of this panel. So, okay, let's, I guess I would have to show it to you. Let's try this. That doesn't make sense. I just turned it on. Let me just finish reading here and then I'll explain it. Click on the mast, raise and adjust the height of the mast. After a few seconds, you see the view from the perspective as it rises. The more the periscope to port or starboard, click and hold the left mouse button and drag the mouse right or left. On the top of the screen, visual source allows you to switch from color view to infrared, visual thermal to activate the thermal view to easily spot a ship or plane at a distance. PWR, change the magnification and the FOV. All right. Change the color of the periscope display stab. DES, activate the image stabilization. Finally, LRF1 and LRF2 are laser rangefinders. Wow. Cool. For each photonics, there are 2 white round buttons, one a black square, which the LFR from off to standby mode. The other on its left fires a beam to measure the distance to the target. To detect a target, switch to thermal and rotate the periscope. You can zoom in using PWR, center the ship on the screen, then use the LRF to measure its range. If you are in thermal, you can see laser beam. You can see the laser beam. The range is displayed on the display. Okay, to mark the target, click on mark at the bottom right of the screen. The field ID should show V1. To add another contact, click on the plus on the ID line, then on mark. The contact data we're now sent to the ANBYG combat system. There are no auto trackers for visual tracking. All the bearing updates should be done manually by marking again the target at the new position. Got it. Okay. All right, cool. All right, we'll shut that down now. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's take a look at this again. So we want to do thermal. Okay, and now let's see. Do we see A1 yet? Oh, I see something. I see like 2 little dips there. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. So we want to zoom in. How do we zoom in again? Plus. All right, that looks like it's just land. So I don't think we're close enough to them. I don't have anything on thermals. Now, why can't we turn this one as our second, I mean, what's the point of even having this screen up here if we can't do 2? What's mode? Okay, so that's going to give us... All right, so the second one will turn... so what am I doing wrong here? Why can't I see the second camera? All right, that's the ping button. That's what they're talking about for pinging. All right. Whoa. All right, so anyways, we need to get closer to our target. The bottom scope is not on. Let's take a look here. There we go. Okay. Ha. Now it makes sense. Okay, there we go. So you switch between the upper and the lower. I got it. It's very sensitive though. I don't know if I like how sensitive it is. All right, so let's zoom in. So basically you could track two at the same time. And there's A1, so that's the direction of our target. We should, nope, get it, stop, slow down, go slower. Right there, right there. Okay, anyways, we're learning. We're getting it figured out. All right. So we're still far away. So we're gonna speed this up. How can I leave my scopes up and travel at a higher speed? I guess we're gonna find out the hard way, right? Actually, I'm just gonna put him down. Just gonna put him down. I don't wanna break anything. Reduce mouse drag sensitivity in the options. Okay, can I do that right now? Drag sensitivity. Let's try that. So we're doing pretty good. We're playing on ultra graphics right now. Bazel. I learned that it runs state, like even though I get up into the 90s, it's a stable 90, so there's no spikes, so it doesn't bottleneck the stream. So we are running it at ultra finally without any issues. Don't do more than 15 knots with anything. Roger, got it. All right, so we're gonna go ahead full. Oh wait, I have my line. Retract your line. Retract your line. Retract. Retract. Look, it shows the contour there. I don't know if that's accurate, but it's taking a long time to pull that in. Yeah, I'm lucky if I get even 6 on my time compression. Am I going too fast? Am I going to break this thing? Why isn't the line coming in? Here, I'm going to slow it down and go check. Any ideas? Wait, no, I don't want to be out there. I want to be down here. How long does it normally take to reel in that line? Does anybody know? TC is GPU bounded because the computations are in the GPU. So you can go further up if you reduce graphics. Well, see, that's the thing. I had it all the way on low yesterday, and I still couldn't. Like, let's see what we can get away with right now, anyways. This tagline's taking an awful long time to come in, though. All right, let's see what we can do as far as compression. All right, let's try 8. See, now my GPU is dropping in time compression. Like I was actually at 80, and now my GPU is running at 61 inside of time compression. Yeah, well, I have my GPU forces everything to run at 60 for streaming purposes. So I'm not up above, like, no game that I play can go above 60 FPS. So yeah, I did. That's what I was just saying. I set my GPU, like, it's locked down for every game. No game can go over 60 FPS because I stream and it doesn't need to go over 60 FPS. So it is locked down in that sense. And like I said, like, here, I'll show it to you. Give me a second here. My GPU, give me a second here. So inside of what you see now, like, I've got my time compression going, my GPU dropped off. Now watch what happens when I stop it. Look at that. Look how quick it goes up. And I'm running it on ultra graphics right now. Like, we're cranked all the way up on the graphic settings. And it seems pretty stable at 80. Now watch what happens. Watch what happens when I go into an external view. Let's turn night vision off. See, well, it's staying pretty steady. But when I had it on, so when I had it on low, right, when I had the graphics turned down, when I would switch to an external view, it would change my GPU usage. But now that I'm running it on ultra, it seems stable. I don't know. I can't explain that. If we go back inside the sub, we're going to go up to like 80 and maybe 90 sometimes. And what you're not seeing is my second and third monitor. Like, my second monitor has all of my streaming software open, Discord, my Beacon mic and mixer for my audio stuff, and my web pages are open. So let's do time compression again and see what happens. We'll start at 8 and then we'll crank it up and see. Look at that drop. It just dropped down. All right, and it stopped on its own. It said insufficient system resources for selected time compression. Please consider reducing your current quality settings. Refer to the manual for additional information. I mean, I'm happy as long as I can get away with 6. Dude, I don't have nowhere to be, you know what I'm saying? And I'm still learning, you know, all the systems and everything, so I'm not in a hurry, you know? 6 is a pretty good clip. Like, 6 times the speed is cutting things down. I mean, I enjoy Sims. Like, even when I play Flight Simulator or American Truck Simulator, like, I put it on full time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't speed it up or anything. Like, I actually take the trip and enjoy it, you know? Los Santos Rocket. What's up, Swayze? How's it going? So anyways, let me get that out of the screen there so we're not looking at that. Oh, damn, we got to turn around. Let me slow down. I wasn't even paying attention. I've passed our target here. Let's do a new route. We'll leave it as intercept. Actually, okay. Intercept. Save. Waypoint. Wait, how come it's still... Yeah, she's starting to turn already. I can see the track line moving. Let's speed it up and see what happens. Oh, she's not turning. Hold on. I keep hitting the wrong button. There we go. There we go. Now she's turning. Wonder if NVIDIA cards are better due to the use of tracing for sonar etc. Yeah, like I got a pretty high-end card, man. That's a 4080 Super, and like I haven't come across one game that I can't play on ultra settings. So. All right, let's speed up time again. I noticed they're not giving us charts either inside of Ectus. Like, I would like to see them add this, I want to see actual charts, you know? That's how I know, you know, I know the depth, I know the contour, I know, like, what's going on, you know, but I can't, I mean, unless you know something I don't, I haven't figured out how to pull up charts inside of Ectus. And would really, like, you should be able to see AIS on these charts and everything, you know? But, I hit the tools for it, and I hit marine traffic, but I haven't noticed anything pop up on the map yet, so I don't know if I'm doing it wrong. I haven't used this software yet. I got this morning because it was free, but... Alright, let's... Alright, we'll speed up one more time. Stop it. Actually, we can't speed up in that view. Okay, we have to... I'm gonna have you explain this to me too, because I don't understand what's happening here. Why is the line, oh, because I turned around and, okay, I get it. Yeah, that's probably because of that big turn that I made, is what I'm guessing. So let's see here. Are we getting close? Let's look here. Where am I? There I am. Still 19,000 yards. I mean, at sea, I mean, depending on the weather, you can see up to 14 miles, you know? So we should be able to see this guy. Let me, let's slow down here. All right. Okay, so let's listen. I want to listen to him one more time. Let's go over here and listen to him. I don't see his line anymore. Here, let's go back to sidestep, south, sidestep, sidestep. I don't see his line anymore. Are we not tracking? What's going on? I need to look at this screen. How come I don't see his signature anymore? How come I don't see his line anymore? I can't listen to him. Yeah, I don't hear his propellers anymore. I can't delete these. How do I add? Want to add A1. Okay, that pins it, I guess. It doesn't let me select what I want to track, though. Am I on the wrong? Yeah, I can't hear her screws anymore. Check around 310. E10. E10. 310. Ah, okay, I could see a barely faint line there, I guess. All right, let's listen to it now. Yep, I can hear her. I hear the screws now. Yep, you were right. You were right. You hear that? Thump, 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 thump. That's her. Nice. Okay. All right, let's see if we can see her. Let's go back to photonics. What's wrong? Why can't we, there we go. There we go. A1. It's all the way over here. Okay. No, don't do that. Come on. Over here. Let's see. Well, that's where she should be. I don't see nothing. Wait, why would she be behind me? That doesn't make sense. Where am I? Did I pass her again? No. What's going on here? She should be right off my port bow. Like 3 points off my port bow. Why does A1 say Why does A1 say that? Right where she should be is right over here. Ah, there she is. I just saw her. Oh, no, what is that? Nope, that's not where she should be anyway. She should be over here. I don't see anything. Look at, like, why does it say A1 over here? Is that right? I don't know. Might want to use a north up representation, helps keeping track over time. Upper. Okay, north up. I thought I was on north up. That's how I usually keep everything, is north up. I'm not a course up. All right, we're north up there. All right. Can we change that here? Here, let's set another trace. Let's set another trace. Zoom way in so we know how accurate we are. Let's go right there. Yeah, I can barely see the line there. Is there a way we can tighten that line up? That. How do we add the Hannah to this? S5. Why are we at an S5 now? It was for the sonar outdated AIS data. Gotcha. It was for the sonar screen. Okay. So, okay, anyways, kind of lost at this point. I don't see. I wanted to spot the ship visually and ping it visually, but I don't. I mean, how close do I have to be to this thing? Like it's like it's not even moving anymore. It's just been sitting there in the same. All right, let's. Oh, AIS. Okay, outdated AIS data as my mast. Yep, let's see here. All right. You're right. So I have to. I wasn't taking into. Okay. How do we mute that noise? How do we get rid of that? I'm going to turn it down for now so it's not blowing me up. How do we mute that sound? Outdated AIS. No wonder. No wonder. All right, here's the real deal. Let's set our trace for this. Let's do our draw again. Okay, let's set the trace for way over here. Let's ray trace. There we go. So I had outdated because I dropped my mask to go fast to catch up with the target. All right. So we've got that. Oh God, how do I turn that off? Let's I think if I bring the periscopes down, that'll fix that problem. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we should have a better sonar signal on this guy. Right, the ray tracing is strong. So let's take a look at it now. Let's go back down to here. Let's ray trace it here. Let's set the trace to there. And then let's set our course also. We'll leave our mast up though, and we'll go a little bit faster, I guess. Let's load, intercept, delete, save, I can't type. Why didn't we save that? Save, please. Why won't you save it? Okay, whatever. All right, we'll just save it as a new one. Set it there. There. All right, so that means we should go after him now. I knew as soon as you said the outdated AIS data because I dropped that mast, so we can't track them unless that mast is up. Let's see, are we going? Can we check our speed? Are we turning towards the... No, we're not turning. Oh, wait, I think I stopped us, didn't I? No, we're 1/3. Let's go 2/3. Okay, we're moving. Why are we not turning? There we go. Hey, thanks for the sub, Twisting. What's your name? Twisting my melon. Hey. Thanks for the sub, bud. I appreciate you. All right, so we're on track now. So let's see. I wonder. Let's see how fast is 2/3. Let's get a grip on that. Well, I gotta slow down time. All right, so 2/3. 2/3 is 9 knots. Let's go a little faster then. Let's go standard. Let's see what that takes us up to. The charts for that area are in the, okay. Charts for that area are in the file. Okay, I think if we look here is what he's getting at. I think I do remember seeing that, actually. If we go back to documents. Oops. What's going on here? Turn that off. Turn that off. MNW. Charts, dusk till dawn. There we go. Yeah, he's right. That's right. I remember that. The only problem is it doesn't give our location and it doesn't show the AIS. The AIS either. Here, we'll take a look at that real quick. So it does give us the charts for this little mission. Can't really do much. There we go. Unmanned military base. Yeah, I'm just hoping that they add, oh, mission 1 target. Yep, there it is. Okay. But like, I want it to work like a real Ectus. You know what I'm saying? I want to see the chart, see AIS, see my submarine moving, you know, but I guess you wouldn't even really be able to do that because people would be able to track you. So yeah, you still have to raise your mast. Like, I know about traveling on the surface of the ocean, but I don't know traveling under the ocean, so it's going to take me a minute to get used to it. All right, so we're on our way. Let's see if we can spot him visually now. Let's see if we can take a look at him. So see, he should be right there. I can't zoom in anymore. Oh, I can see his lights. I see him. Look, that's him right there. That's the bulk carrier. All right, let's try. He's dead on there. All right, let's try going just to thermal. We can't see him in the thermal, but we can see his lights and we can see his loading mast right there. God, how do I turn that off? It's almost like he has his deck lights on, but I know that that's not right. Here, let's take a look. Stop it. Just stop. Let's take a look at him real quick. All right, that's the whale. Yeah, okay. So yeah, his which is not very realistic. Oh, look, his port and starboard lights are on. Nice. We weren't seeing that. Okay, so basically what it's trying to say is his so when you got two masts like this on a vessel and a forward mast, so when you look at it from the front, basically that's how you know you can guesstimate the size of a vessel. So when you have a forward mast light and a rear mast light, that means that the vessel is over 150 meters in length, right? You see the red light, so you know if you're on their port side, and you see the green light when you know they're on your starboard side. And then you should only be able to see the stern light from the rear. Like, this isn't realistic. You wouldn't even see these bright lights coming out like that, because that would confuse you. By law, the light is only allowed to face a certain direction. And that's how you identify ships at night without AIS and without ECDIS and without everything else. But they're working on it. Really, the only light you would see at this point is this light, which would be the stern light. But it's good that they've done that and they've added the lights. So, okay, maybe he has his deck lights on because you can see all the little lamps. So that is what we're seeing. We're seeing the loading booms in the periscope. That's what's going on there. So let's go back to that. All right, I want to not do that. All right, I see what that does. That stabilizes. Okay. Let's ping it. So I should be able to... All right, let's shut down the AIS mass. That's driving me up the wall. So now we should be able to ping. We should be able to ping this target here. Let's stay. Oh, come on, slow down. I thought I adjusted this already. It's very sensitive. All right, right there. So let's ping it. Actually, this would be LRF1. So range. The range is the target is 322 and the range is 359.6. So now we should be able to. All right, this is new. Bearing degree 322 input 359 AOB. What does the acronym AOB stand for in modern naval warfare for the periscope on a submarine?
Sure thing. In modern naval warfare, AOB stands for angle on the boat. Basically,
angle on
it's
the boat. Okay. Thank you. Angle on the boat. So there's angle on the boat. See, you don't learn AOB in standard ship. That, I mean, in a sense you do, but it's not something you ever like a. Well, I don't want to say that either. So we got them locked in there. All right, so we're tracking our target. Let's get out of this view here. We're tracking our target. We've got them all set up here. Our ray tracing is good. Everything is good. We've got a good, we got them centered on our ping now. Yep, okay. Let's set a new trace. Ray trace that. See, here it is right here. Let's center it out and we'll listen to them again. Oh, I got the thing up. I'm sorry. I got this stupid thing up in the way. There we go. All right, so we've listened to them. Now, I want to look at one more document while we're here. Well, we won't get into that. Let's see if I can remember. Let's bring the AIS up again. All right, we've set our target. So I've seen him. I know it's him. I've looked at him with my eyeballs. I'm gonna lower the mast so we don't have to listen to that. All right, so we're tracking. Let's track that target. Track, please. There we go. Now, if I can remember, let's see what he taught me yesterday. So I want to add A1 here. All right, so we've got A1 into the system. But what we don't have... So I don't have my blue lines. How do I get my blue lines? I don't remember. Okay, so it's ASM. We'll do pop-up. I remember that. New. Save. So I don't remember. I don't remember what I'm supposed to do. Has something to do with this. Okay, A1. There we go. Okay. So that's the Hannah. Now, do I want to do can we do torpedoes? Can we do torpedoes? Is that possible? No, it's only letting me do... All right. So, what is this? That's old. So this doesn't... Okay. So we need to plot our load the solution. So these tick marks have to be all in the circles. That's not in the circle, so we got to come... See, this doesn't seem right. I'm gonna have to... All right, let's see if we can grab it here and spread it out. No, we can't do that. We have to grab it by the tip and spread it out. I mean, and that's still not right. Because the tick marks have to be inside of the circles, if I remember correctly. So how am I going to do that? Set a waypoint for the missile. Click on the map to set a waypoint for the missile. I thought I did that. I thought that's what I did. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, let's see here. Okay, that moves the whole thing, so I can't do it like that. Like, if you ask me, that's all right. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens here. Okay. Like, this should be, like, this is all old information, right? This shouldn't even matter anymore. Or unless I was aiming at this target. Okay. I have no clue. You know what? We need some... Oh, boy. Click the map to set a waypoint for the missile. Okay. Click the map to set a waypoint for the missile. Pop up. Mission. Pop up. All right. All right, this has a harp. I'm gonna make this ready because I know I need to make it ready for some reason. Now, he's saying click the map to set a waypoint for the missile. See, can we do that? Is that a thing? Can I want to just chat with you. Can I load this image into your computer so you can explain it to me? Yeah, it won't let me do that. I have to do that on the regular. So what I'm doing right now is I'm asking the AI to explain to me what's going on. I want to open that. I'm going to ask the AI to explain this to me. Please explain to me what this is. Absolutely, Captain. Here's a no-nonsense breakdown of what you're looking at. This is a target motion analysis display exactly like what you would see in modern naval warfare or a real submarine's fire control system. what this screen actually is. This is a TMA target motion analysis solution screen showing you how your submarine owned ship is tracking a contact A1. TMA's job, cycle waypoint with previous to next. Okay. All right. Cycle waypoint. All right, I'm going to say a new mission. We want it to be pop-up. See, that is not the coordinates. Do we have to add the coordinates manually? No? Initial heading distance. Like, it doesn't let me manually click anything. Like, push this. Cycle waypoint with previous next. Does it give me that option here? No. Are you able to monitor my gameplay on Modern Naval Warfare yet?
Well, I can't actually monitor your gameplay directly. I'm not able to watch your screen or see what's happening in real time. I'm more here to help with tips.
Okay, but you were able to see what was going on in American Truck Simulator. Why can't you see what's going on here?
Yeah, I get that question. So here's the deal. I'm not actually seeing your gameplay in either case. Basically, I'm just working off what you tell me. So it's kind of like chatting with a buddy over the phone. What are you gaming? I rely on whatever you share about your session or the details you give me to help out. So feel free to fill me in on what's happening, and I'm here to help.
Okay, so I'm using the target motion analysis system. I'm actually on the TMA section. I'm trying to plot a course for my ASM to target the ship. Can you explain to me step by step what I need to do?
All right, let's walk through this step by step. When you're on the target motion analysis TMA system and you try to plot a course for your anti-ship missile to target that ship, you're essentially doing a few key things. First, you've got to gather your target's current bearing and range. Basically, you're figuring out where the target is in relation to your submarine. Once you got that, you plug that info into your TMA system so it can start calculating the target's movement pattern, its course and speed. Now, the system will help you project the target's future position. Once you have that, you can set the intercept course for your ASM. Essentially, you're aiming the missile to meet the target where it's going to be, not where it is right now. So in short, identify the target's current bearing and range.
Okay, all right, so now I kind of remember. So he told me I had to click something that showed me a line. All right, yeah, I kind of, here, I'll go review my footage from yesterday. I forget what it was. No, is that it? Nope, that's not it. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, I remember now there was like one thing that I had to push in order to, like, it was a white line from my ship to here that showed the path of the missile. All right. Okay. So, if I go... All right, well, we need this. I guess we're just good right here. We don't need to move anywhere. Press new for a waypoint, okay? I pressed new for a waypoint. Oh, I gotta turn this stupid thing off. I keep forgetting to turn this off. There we go. Sorry, my bad. Yep, sorry. Yep, I removed it. Sorry. Yeah. So he says press new for the waypoint. And then what? After I press new for the waypoint, then what do I do? Off. Here, I'm gonna just go watch my video from yesterday and find out. I'll remember all this eventually. Let's see here. Let's go to my... yesterday's video. There we go. I'm watching my video from yesterday to try to figure out what we did. All right, here we go. I found it. Let's see. Why can't I hear it?
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, so here you're planning anti-ship missile mission. Okay, so ASM1 is the name of the mission, and now at the bottom you press the new button to get a new waypoint, and now you click on the map toward your target. Not straight on him, a bit before, you can re-click, it will move the point.
Okay, all right, so that's what I did. All right, let's delete this. Let's new mission, new. So I'm clicking and nothing's happening. Like, what am I doing wrong? There we go. There it is. All right. Okay. So I'm going to hit new again. And I'm gonna go, no, I don't want it to come back. No, delete. Delete. All right, let's go new. Let's put it right here. There we go. So the ship has to be in between. You want these red lines. So I'm gonna zoom in, and I'm gonna delete it, and I'm gonna hit new, and then click right like that. Actually, I don't like that. Let's put it like right back here, so it has plenty of time. And now we're gonna save that. All right, now, okay, they've changed it up on me now. So these ticks need to be spread out into all of these circles. I don't know if it needs to be all of them, because there's not enough ticks there to fill those circles. So what I'll do is I'll spread it out until the last circle. I mean, and that looks pretty good. Like, so we're gonna apply that. There we go. I think we're getting ready. Oops, sorry, I've got the stupid thing turned on again. My bad. I'll show you guys. I keep forgetting, but anyways, okay, so we went over to, where's my mouse? Is my mouse dead? Yep, my mouse is dead. Okay, hold on. All right, so we went to the map screen and we put this in. That looks too far away now. I don't like that. Let's delete it and put new and put it like right there. Okay, so now that's the and we want to go pop up, and we're gonna save. So now the mission is updated, right? Then we go to the trajectory. The trajectory is all loaded in. I'm gonna apply that. I'm gonna flood the tube. And we're waiting for the tube. Okay, we're gonna open the door. Gotta wait till it stops blinking, so it's done. No mission, door opened. What do you mean there's no mission? All right, let's close the door. A1, enter description, bearing 314. Mission updated. All right, let's finish watching here. I'm gonna watch this.
Not drag, just click. What you want is to be a bit before, like a few thousand yards before, so the seeker can match the target.
Like that?
You can be a bit more generous than that, yeah.
Okay, I get it. So you basically want it like here and basically in between. Got you. All right.
Yeah. Next, attack mode, ham, is basically water skimming, and pop-up is death from above. What you want on the mission ship is death from above.
All right.
And then you press save. Okay, so you have your 5 mission ready, so you can go back to...
We're watching my video from yesterday so I can try to remember how to do this.
Your 5th tab. And up there you click the harpoon tab. At the
Okay.
top. And here you select your tube, so tube 3 or tube 4.
It's not letting me. I have to ready the tube,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, you have to ready the tube, yeah.
Okay, hold on. I think that's where I've made my mistake. ASM. So why isn't it letting me? It didn't ask me about the tubes.
Mission. Okay, so ASM1 is the name of the mission, and now at the bottom you press the new button to get a new waypoint, and now you click on the map toward your target. Not straight on him, a bit before, you can re-click, it will move the point. Not drag, just click. What you want is to be a bit before, like a few thousand yards before, so the seeker can match the target.
Like that?
You can be a bit more generous than that, yeah.
Okay, I get it. So you basically want it like here and basically in between. Got you. All right.
Yeah. Next, attack mode, ham, is basically water skimming, and pop-up is death from above. What you want on the mission ship is death from above.
All right.
And then you press save. Okay, so you have your 5 mission ready, so you can go back to your 5th tab. And up there you click the harpoon tab.
Wait.
At the
Okay.
top.
Ah.
And here you
there
select
we go. That's what I'm missing. Okay. There we go. All right. There we go. I got it now. All right. Here, let me close the dock screen so I can show you guys. All right. So this is what I was missing. So let's go back to the tubes. All right. So we've got tube 3. It's got a harp loaded in it. We're going to go back to the harp screen, and tube 3 is assigned, and now I'm going to assign the mission there. So now it says assigned ASM1 assigned mission, and it's done. All right, so now I should be able to go back to the tube, flood the tube. So we're waiting for the tube to flood. So that's the big kicker. Like, you actually need to go here and make sure that the mission gets assigned. You know what? And we're gonna launch. Actually, no, let's just stick with this for now. Let's not get complicated until we got it figured out. So there we go. It's assigned. The mission's in. We're going to go back to the tubes. Let's open the door. And now it should say mission assigned. We'll arm it and then we'll fire it. And then I think we'll be good. I hope. Door opened. And notice it doesn't say no mission assigned. And here we go. We're going to fire. Did we fire? What happened? Firing limitations are active. It says firing limitations are active. I don't know what that means. Seeker on distance. Oh, come on. Delete. All right. New mission. New. There we go. Save. Harp. Assign mission. Choose. Open the door. I want you to open the door. Arm. Fire. Firing limitations active. What does firing limitations active mean?
So when you hear the term firing limitations active, it basically means that there are certain restrictions or conditions that are currently in place before you can actually launch a weapon. So these could be safety limits, environmental factors, or other tactical reasons that mean you're not totally free to fire at will. It's kind of the system's way of saying, hey, just keep in mind these.
All right, so let's. The only thing I could think is we're going too fast. I don't know. Let's try taking it down to 1/3. Actually, if we just stop, right? Wait, what? Oh. What happened? Let's see. Oh, there, it fired. Okay, I was going too fast. So that was the problem. I had to slow the sub down. All right, and we're actually going to switch to the ship view for this. There we go. So the missile should be coming from this way. We're going to zoom way out. Let's track it. Night vision. Let's track the missile. There it is. There's the missile. Let's see if it looks like it's going to be on target. So there's the ship there. So that's what it was. I was going too fast, and it doesn't look like it's tracking. Like, I think my solution was all off. And also, the next problem is, okay, so I understand what happened here. Is our AIS still up? Yeah, our mast is still up. And we're still tracking. Oh, but wait, why is it all the way over here? No, we might just have to start this over because it's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a way, but I'm not skilled enough to know what that way is. Are we coming up on lunch? Yeah, it's almost lunch break anyways. Because, let's see here, this, oh, look, it's not even, all right, let's get Alpha in here. All right, I think I need to step back for a second and think about all this. All right, I gotta hit the head. I gotta do a lot of. All right, we're gonna start over. We're gonna start from scratch. We're gonna start from scratch and start it again. All right. So, okay. I'm eating a little snack. Remember, if you haven't already, don't forget to join our Discord. You can scan the QR code that you see on the screen, or you can click on the link that I'm about to put in the chat. If you do join the Discord, just remember that it is AI moderated and it sends out hundreds of notifications a day. So you're going to want to mute and silence that server so it doesn't blow up your computer or your phone. Join the show. If you're going to join the chat and join the show, make sure you read the co-streamers guidebook and follow the rules, please. I'm not going to do warnings. If you can't follow the rules right away, I just kick you right out. So just be aware of that. All right, so let's get back to it. Give me a ping, Vasily. One ping only, please. That's a great movie. Crimson Tide is also a great movie. I loved Crimson Tide. All right. We're going to try this again. So what time is it right now? This is bull crap. 12 hour. Okay, so all right, it is. It's either 9:20 or it's 2100. I'm gonna play some. I want to relax. All right, so we've got that all set up the way we like it. Let's get our auto crew, even though I think they're worthless and they really don't do anything. This game ain't for the, like, this is going to be a very trying thing. Remembering all of the steps, you know, remembering everything that needs to be done. It's going to be a challenge. All right, so we need to head to the surface. So we're going to make our depth 040. We're on our way up. What are we at? What we're at 1/3. Let's just stay at 1/3. But we will speed up time. Once I get it all figured out, I will make a tutorial video. I'll be like, okay, this is, you know, I'll do station specific tutorial videos. We'll do a sonar, we'll do a photonics, radar, we'll break down AIS, but we'll do it in sectional videos. We'll do like one for AIS, one for sonar, one for, you know, so it explains everything. But the thing is a lot of this works in conjunction with other systems, so like we'll have to explain that as we're goes. All right, so we're here. Let's get our mast out and receive this message. There we go. We already know what's going on. We've read this a million times, so we're just going to print that, and then we're going to retract our wait, receiving? We're receiving something else? What did that say? Nothing. All right. All right, so we got our mission. There's our alpha. Alpha 1 is our target. So we're going to go get our sound profile. Our sound profile, draw SSP. I'm guessing that's 72 between 138 meters. I still don't have a full understanding. I know it has to do with the way the sound travels underwater. What we will do after this, I think our periscope depth is 052, but we have to go to 040, so we just leave it there. I don't know. All right, so we're gonna set a trace. And we're gonna ray trace. There we go. We're gonna check, actually, we're gonna check our signature. There it is right there. It's very faint, but we have it. Let's listen to it. I could barely, I hear the screws turning, but whatever. Actually, I don't like the way that trace is set. Let's set it again. Let's be right on it. Draw TP, temperature profile, draw, let's ray trace. The signature, yeah, so the signature picked a little stronger there. Let's listen to it again. Yep, I hear those screws turning. All right. So we've got her tracked there. Let's put our AIS up. Go. Let's track it. All right, so we're tracking her on AIS. The next step would be how fast are we going? We're going 1/3, which that's a safe firing speed. Let's go over here. We're gonna put A1 into the system, so now we're tracking that. There's A1 there. Now this should be reliable information because we know that that is her. I don't believe I have to do anything else here, but here is what's important. So we're gonna put in the new mission. New. Now, where's all of our blue lines and stuff? A1. There we go. So I had to set the target to A1. All right. We've set it as the mission. Now we got to do the target motion analysis. All right, and she's barely moving, so this kind of just makes it perfect. You see how much easier it is this time? When we were aiming, and now it's changing. All right. So that's her motion, so it's tracking her motion. So when she moves more, it's going to add another line. It's going to add another line. So you really don't want to be moving around too fast when you're firing these missiles. I'm learning that right now. Because if you're moving around too fast while firing these missiles, it's going to be even more motion, and it's going to be more motion analysis, and you're going to have 500,000 lines with a whole bunch of pickles. So I'm going to say that that's correct. I'm also going to say, all right, we've done that. We've applied it. Let's apply that. There we go. We're getting a purple line there. I don't know if that's good or bad. All right, we've also, let's delete that mission and do new again. Nope, delete. Actually, I'm gonna leave it out here. I'm gonna say like right there, mission. She's moving. All right, let's save that. Let's look at our target motion analysis again. That's good. Wait, we need to do something here. ASM is good. ASM2 is good. We're gonna do a pop-up. And we're going to save and update that mission. We're all good on that and that. Harp. There we go. So we got to select our tubes. Okay, so there's no tubes ready. So we got to make the tube ready. So we're going to make ready number 4 because it already has a harp loaded into it, and we're going to make ready tube number 3 because it already has a harp loaded into it. We're going to flood the tube. All right, well, now that it's ready, let's go back to harp. So we've got tube 4. All right, so we'll do tube 3 first. We'll assign the mission. The mission's assigned. All right. I'm gonna even say we're gonna delete again. Delete. There we go. New. Okay, I'm gonna bring it here. I'm gonna bring it further back, and I'm gonna bring it like here, because that gives us a better motion on the ocean. All right, so we're pop up. We're good to go. Let's save it. All right. Our target motion analysis still looks good. Tube 3 is assigned first, so let's go back to tube 3. Let's flood the tube. Open the door. Arm. And here we go, fire. All right, there it is. It's away. Missile away. Let's check it out. There she is, coming up out of the water. She's tracking. That's good. That's a good sign that she did that. There's the ship. The missile should be coming from this direction. There's the ship in the distance. I see it. It's looking good. It looks like we're going to make contact. Let's go back to the ship view, which we should see her coming from this way. Of course, we're not going to see the missile that far out, but let's go back to it. She's tracking. You see she's turning. Back to the ship view. Boom! There she goes. Impact. Oh yeah. We sent debris flying. All right, let's make ready another. Let's make ready tube 4. Or, yep, tube 4, flood the tube. We need to go back to HARP. Tube 4 is selected. We're going to assign mission. Go back to the tube. We're opening the door, getting ready to launch our second missile. I want to take this thing out. I want to send her to the bottom of the ocean. If not, we'll approach and launch some practice with our torps. I haven't fired any torpedoes yet. I want to see what that looks like. All right, let's arm it. Fire. Missile away. There she is, coming up out of the water. Look at that. Boom. The fins deployed and everything. That's pretty sick. Let's zoom out on this. All right, it looks like she's tracking. Yep, she's tracking. That's a good sign. All right, we've stopped her. She stopped smoking. I want to see her burning. Didn't she have weapons on board? I want to see that sucker blow up. How far can we zoom out? That's it. That's all we get right there. Well, we're tracking. Target's tracking. Target's tracking. He came back just in time, Swayze. About to take these terrorists out. Yep, that looks good. She's tracked hard. She's gonna pop. Oh, we didn't pop up this one though, so she's gonna slam right into the hole. Oh yeah. Boom! Take that. Oh, she's burning. Yeah. That's what I like to see. Yeah, we didn't do pop-up on that one. Yeah, GPU's fine. Yep, running at 86%. Yeah, she's doing good. All right, well, I don't see any sinking going on. I wanted to see some sinking. So it looks like we're going to have to launch some torps into her. We're going to put some torps in her. All right, I don't know if we can. I wonder if we could fire torps at this range. Let's find out. All right, let's check our fire mission. Fire mission. All right, we're still good on our tracking here. So, let's. Can we do another? No, we don't want LAMs. Let's do new. Delete, 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 delete. We're gonna do a new mission. Why can't we just select torps? New mission. Delete mission. Delete, 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 delete. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make ready this Mark 48 and this Mark 48. All right, let's shut this down. Yeah, torpedo range. Here, I'll just ask the AI. I'll do it the easy way. Hi, can you give me the range on an MK48 torpedo, please?
Absolutely. So the MK48 torpedo has a range that generally goes up to about 24 miles.
Oh, we're good to go. We're good to go. We can launch torpedoes for here, but it's going to take forever. So we're going to have to speed it up probably. Let's see, what's our distance to target here? Let's check our range here. So, look, she's not even considered hostile anymore because she's damaged. So let's check our range to target here. So from here to here is 59.5. So yeah, we're too far away. We need to get closer to fire the torpedoes. All right, we got to get closer. All right, so let's do this. Let's do a new route. Intercept. Intercept. Save. All right. We're gonna go to waypoint. We're gonna do a new waypoint. We're just gonna go here. No, see, why does it do that? Let's delete that. Do a new one. This ought to be close enough. We ought to be close enough at that. Wait, why did you do that? All right. Actually, we'll just go right here. That ought to put us in plenty of range there. All right, let's, she shouldn't move because she's damaged, so I'm gonna lower our mast. I mean, she should drift a little bit, but the drift shouldn't be that bad. Do I got anything out? No, I don't have any buoys out. Okay, let's go full speed. And speed up time. Hey, welcome aboard, everybody. Thanks for watching the show. We've neutralized our target with the ASM. I'm getting a better understanding of attacking targets. So we're doing good. We launched 2 ASMs at the Hannah. It looks like she was dead in the water. Let's take a look at her here. Yeah, she's dead in the water. She's not making wake anymore. I want to sink her. I want to put her on the bottom, and then missiles didn't do it. Oh yeah, we're cruising. I also want to practice with our periscope, or our photonics, I should say. Let's do this first before we go into that. Let's slow down. What's our speed? Let's check our speed here. How fast are we going? 9.3. We should be safe to raise the mast again. Look, we can't track it anymore because it's considered a dead signal. Okay, let's try. Because she's not going to have cavitation either. So what, does it not give me a target anymore? Because look, I can't track her on AIS. I mean, what, did she sink? Did she go down? No, she's still there. But I guess she has no more engine power, so... Maybe I should have just launched torps at her instead. Because I can't track her anymore, so therefore I can't tell the system to fire on her. Save the goats. Because I want to fire those torps. Let's see what I can do here. Well, where's she at? I should be able to see her. There she is. There she is. Okay, there she is. Okay, here's what I can do. I got an idea. So we can't track her with sonar, so let's do this. Let's shut that down so we don't have to listen to that annoyingness. But what we can do, so let's go up to 040, right? Are we at still 040? Yep, okay. Actually, let's surface. Actually, let's just do it this way. Let's go shallow. I don't know what going shallow is. All right, we went down, so we're moving up. All right, so I want to get high enough that we can raise our radar mast. All right, transmit. What does chart fill mean on my radar station?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about chart fill on your radar station, we're basically talking about how the radar display uses shading or color to fill in certain areas of the navigational chart. It's basically there to give you a clearer sense of landmasses, coastline.
All right, are we on the surface? Can we is the radar mast sticking out? Because it has to be sticking out. No, you've actually gone deeper. Yeah, no, let's surface, please. That's why it's not working. We need to be surfaced. Emergency, get up there. Oh, he blew the tanks. There he blew the tanks. Here we go. Let's put it on because he's pretty deep. So let's. There we go. We're on our way up. Emergency up. Here we go. There we go. All right. All right. So now our radar should be working. Yep. See, now the radar's working. So there's our target. There we go. I knew I could figure this out. All right, let's stop because it looks like we're running parallel. No, we're not parallel. Okay, let's go to stop, please. All right, so we're tracking her on radar now. Track that target. Target 1. Track target. All right, so we're tracking her. So I wonder if that counts into TSM. Let's see. Does it stay as a tracked target? Yep, it's still a tracked target. So let's go over to ESM. A1, please. Does she still show up on A1? Does she still show up as A1? What does she show up as? Yes, she still shows up as A1. All right. All right, she's still showing up as A1. Oh, there's another ship. Okay, anyways. Calm down there, buddy. Let's make ready. No solution, door open. Okay, MK48. Which tube is that? That's tube 2. Okay, MK48, tube 2. Solution A1, assigned solution, assigned A1. Enable distance 600 large transit speed, straight active surface 300 update presets assigned. Control enable torpedo. All right. I think that's all good. Let's go back to the tube. Let's flood it. Save. I just caught your joke, Shadow. Save the goats. It took me, I didn't get what you were getting at until just now, and I remembered the conversation we had the other day. I just caught on to that. Save the goats. Oh boy. All right, the tube's flooded. Open the door. All right, armed, load out, armed, fire, running wire. Boy, we're hot. Boy, there she is. She's the shit. Torpedo away. Let's see. Can we get a good look at her? There she is. She's running hot. Torpedo is away. I don't know if we're on target though. We're gonna find out. Oh, don't make me target it. Don't make me target a whale. Don't make me target a whale. Here we go. We're going Hulk on him. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, you know what I didn't check? I didn't check the firing solution for the torpedo. Let's see. Let's go back inside and see if we can see this thing traveling. We should be able to see it traveling, right? Yep, there's the torpedo traveling right there. Oh, yeah, she looks good. She looks good. What I didn't do there is where I messed up is I didn't plot my solution. See, we're set for A1. Oh, but it looks good though. Like I think it was still calculating our last solution. So I'm gonna say that torpedo is gonna hit. Save the goats. Oh boy. So it looks like our last solution was still entered in, and it looks like it was good. So I don't think we made a mistake there. I think she's gonna make contact, and then after that I'm gonna fire on a whale. I'm gonna see how good I really am. See how far away are we from target. This is 1,000 yards. Here, let's speed up time here. Let's see what happens when we speed up time. Let's get a little closer to the table so we got a good look at it. Oh yeah, that torpedo looks good. I don't want to go too fast. So there we go. Let's look at it. Oh yeah, that's gonna be good. That's making contact for sure. I hope. If only I could stream 2 monitors at the same time, that'd be great. Oh, come on, don't you miss. All right, here we go, outside view. I think we're getting close enough now. I'm afraid I'm gonna miss it. I don't want to miss the impact, right? There it is, let's go back. Oh, is she gonna miss? Go back, go back, go back. I think we missed. Let's check. Yeah, we missed. We missed. So close. I should have tracked. Okay, so since we missed, let's try this again. Let's look at here. So we want to go to tracking the target. All right. All right, this only works for ASM apparently. What about torpedoes? Mark 48 Tube 2. Do we click here? Assign solution to A1. All right, wait, let's make sure the solution is correct though. Oh, I moved it. I didn't mean to do that. All right. So that's perfect just the way it is. Oh, wait, the torpedo's turning around. Uh-oh. Wait, is it gonna come back for me? What are you doing, torpedo? Okay, it looks like it's going back for the ship. Let's go out and look at it. It turned around. It turned around. Night vision. F1. Fire control. Are you serious? Where am I? What are you doing? Are you going after... Is it tracking the whale? Oh no. Wait, so okay, I think I understand. Okay. Enabled set sonar mode, set search pattern, running depth. Oh my goodness. It's going after the whale. No, wait, because look at the depth that I had it set to. The search depth and the running depth were 300 feet. So now it's tracking the whale. Oh boy, where's the poor whale at? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this thing is tracking a whale. Nope, nope. Wait, yep, it's tracking the whale, but the whale, uh-oh, he's coming back to me. Oh shit, we better get ready for countermeasures. countermeasures. Slot 1, slot 3, slot... Okay. Slot 1. All right, so that's how we'll launch countermeasures if it looks like it's going to hit us. Okay, it's breaking off of the whale. It's not tracking the whale. Yeah, it is tracking the whale. It's like zigzagging though. Yeah, I'm gonna blow myself up is what's gonna happen. Fun with torpedoes, right? Yeah, I don't understand what this thing is doing. I mean, it's searching at 300 feet. All right, let's enter search mode. Can we do that? Our active torpedo, what can we do with that? Active sonar. It said it was on the wire. Let's look here. Countermeasures. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here's how we launch our countermeasures. I mean, it can't track us because we're not at 300 feet. So anyways, all right. So we know where we made our mistake. We're going to put this thing contact type surface active set sonar, and we're going to bring this up. We're going to bring this up to 000. Search depth 000. 000. Okay, so it does 50 automatically. All right. Update preset. All right, this is tube 2. That is tube 2. Okay, let's look at it again. Hi. There we go. Okay, it's turning now. It's going back towards the target. So we're actually still in control of the torpedo. All right. Set sonar mode active. We're going to enable the torpedo. All right, and he's lined back up. So I set it to search for that. Okay, so you can actually control the torpedo while it's away. All right. So it's enabled now. We've got it in search mode. Let's update everything. Assigned A1. And look, it's tracking now. It's like on them. Let's enter the search mode. Active sonar. Yeah, we can control it while it's out, right? It doesn't look like it's tracking though. Set search pattern. Actually, let's do snake. So then it slithers. Update preset. So then it goes like a snake and searches back and forth. Like how a snake slithers, but a snake's head stays straight. That's the only thing that doesn't make sense. So this poor whale's gonna end up getting caught in the crossfire. There we go. It's snaking. It's turning. Let's see. Is it gonna find it? No, it's turning all the wrong way. There we go. See, it's doing the snake pattern now, but you should find him. Find him. Why can't you find him? All right, I think it's going dead because look, the track line is shrinking. I think we've run out of fuel. Yep. It's a dud. All right, so there's no more torpedo away. Okay, here we go. All right, so we know that was no good. Let's go back to the tube. We got tube 1. No solution, door open. All right. Why is the door open? Wire disconnected. Okay. Let's close the door. All right, so now tube 1. Tube 1, A1. Low straight. We want 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 000. Update that preset. Contact type surface. Set sonar mode to active and straight. Let's I think this is only for ASM, but we'll take a look at it. It looks like everything's lined up. Let's apply it. Okay. Let's look at the tubes. It's saying there's no solution. Assign solution. There we go. Okay. Update the presets. And let's try again. Flood the tube. Save the whale campaign. Flooded interlock. What does that mean? What does a flooded interlock mean for by torpedo tube 1 modern naval warfare? What does flooded interlock mean? Modern naval warfare, torpedo tube 1.
Sure, let's break it down. When you hear flooded interlock for torpedo tube 1, it means that the tube is fully flooded with water, and everything's locked in place so that you can open the outer door without letting any water in.
All right. So why can't I open the door then? Flood tube, draining tube. What is the problem? Why is the ship acting like that? Oh, we're just... Okay, we're rolling in the waves, basically. Now let's look at something here, because he was on my starboard midship. Let's take a look at this. How is he on my starboard? Okay, I'm way over here. Oh, that's another ship. Okay, yeah, that's another ship. Okay. We got another target. Hold on here. Let's see this. Okay, let's draw SSP. We're gonna set a trace to R1. We're gonna ray trace him. So that's a new target. Let's see what we got here. WAA. Hold on, we're gonna... What is this guy, just dead in the water? He's not moving is what's going on. But we have his mast up. Is that who we're tracking? Yeah, we're tracking him already. What does it say on AIS about him? Is this R1? I can see R1. Like, see, there's the other ship over there. Who is this? I've got one vessel. All right. Anyways, we accomplished our mission. I'm gonna take a lunch break, and I'll be right back. I'm not gonna quit streaming though. We're gonna move on to new things, or I might try the same mission again, but with torpedoes instead of missiles, so we can perfect our gameplay here. We don't want to move on until we have everything fully figured out here. So let's go. That should. Let's get out of here. Exit mission. Success. Great success. All right. So let's do lunchtime. Here we'll turn Discord off. Discord off. There we go. So we're getting there. We figured it out without too much assistance how to plot the courses with the missiles. That's pretty cool. I like it. I'm not leaving, Shadow. I'm just gonna go grab some lunch and I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab some lunch. Let's see what some of this other stuff is. Strike and BDA land attack. Ooh, that sounds fun. Gray Fleet Spec Ops. Okay. You will strike some installation of the PLAN in HE Parcel Islands in retaliation of the downing of a Philippines cargo plane. All right. I think we might try that next. All right, I'll be back. My mic just muted. My bad. Can you hear me now? Working? Is my mic working now? That was a pretty good song for this game. I liked that song. All right, so we're gonna go down to depth 3. Actually, you know what? Before I do this, now that I've learned my lesson, let's see what our depth is. Well, that's weird. I don't like the way this is looking. This isn't a very, well, it's down to 11,000 feet, so let's see here. All right, so we've got plenty of room. Like it's deep water, 11,800. Yeah, we got plenty of room to dive to 300 meters. Actually, let's turn it back to meters. Can we do that? All right, let's stop. No, it doesn't do. Okay, we'll just leave it in feet then. So it's 11,000 feet, or now it's 6,000 feet. Okay. All right, so let's make our depth 300 meters. Golly, nobody's working in targeting, huh? I wish you could turn the brightness down on the screens, like in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Here are we following? All right, we're gonna put out our fat line so we can track this guy if he happens to show up. What's our depth? 180 meters. We're going down to 300 meters. 300 meters high. Is our tagline out? Let's see. Let's switch to night vision. Yep, our tagline is deployed. Or our tow line, I should say. It's not a tagline, it's a tow line. I really don't like this. They don't give us much to go on. Let's do the GB34. That's the GB34 is the line we're going. Go to WAA for that. Actually, I'm gonna relieve you. You don't do anything. You don't know anything, so you're done. Alright, so we're going to do demon analysis here. So that way, if we get a target in front of us, we'll see him right away with that running. That does a sweeping front sweep of the ship. So if we get anything out in front of us within that range, right? Let's see here. Let's ask our handy dandy AI partner here, our first officer. Let's ask our first officer. What is the range when set to full on our high frequency sonar?
So when you're talking about the range on your high frequency sonar set to full, you're typically looking at a shorter overall range, because high frequency sonar is more about detail and resolution than long distance detection. In most naval systems, that means you're going to see ranges somewhere around a few thousand yards, maybe up to a couple of nautical miles at best. So it's really all about getting that clear picture up close rather than reach.
That way, also, if we're going to run into a mountain, we'll see it. All right, let's do some time compression. We're running at, we can run it at, let's do 2/3 and see where that takes us. It doesn't want to do that now. I bet you it's because my sonar is active is why the compression doesn't want to work. Yeah, let's see if we can do let's see if we can do 4. This is what it is, man. Long hours of staring at sonar and all sorts of information with nothing happening. It's the same thing on a ship. It's hours and it's months and days of no excitement whatsoever, standing on the bridge of a ship looking for things that aren't there. And that's the reality of it. So we're doing 4 times compression on our time. And we're traveling to the Victor's last known location. I've got forward sweeping sonar active. I've got our depth finder. Why isn't our depth finder active? You can't walk around the sub when you got time compression going. Why isn't this working? It says that it's continuous. Standby. I've got our depth, our fathometer going. I've got a tow line, a towed array out, the TB34 towed array, which that bright signal you see is actually us. That's our ship. We're looking for a Victor class submarine. We're at 15 knots, which is kind of fast for our towed array, and we're at 300 meters. And don't expect anything from these guys because they don't know squat about squat. They don't show you anything. They don't find targets. They don't do anything. So we're just on the long haul. On the long haul, we'll go back over here and speed up compression here. Our sonars, our fathometer's still working, so we're good. All right, let's speed it back up. For some reason, I'm only getting 4 times compression right now. Earlier today, on all of the same settings, look, I can't even do 4. Earlier today, I was able to do 12 just fine, and now it's like they don't want to give me anything. Let's try this. Hold on, let me shut that off and shut that off. There we go, that helped. I think it matters because like I've got our fathometer on continuous right now, and I've got our forward sweeping sonar on continuous also. So I think like the game is detecting all of that information in real time. So that's what puts strain on the GPU, if I understand it correctly. So, but we're okay at 4 times speed here. I don't mind. We're trying to get the full experience, right? We want to experience what it's really like, and this is what it would really be like. Long hours and hours of waiting, and then intense moments of sheer panic. Hey, welcome aboard. Thanks for watching the show. We're chasing down a Victor, a Vietnamese Victor. I don't know what type of sub it is. We're going to identify it once we find it. We tried this mission a couple days ago and was not successful, but we have a better understanding of the game now, so hopefully we figure this out. All right, let's try speeding up the time compression here. Let's see what happens. Nope, didn't like it. That's all we get is 4 times compression. I don't want to turn down my settings. I want to play at full graphic, you know, full blown out settings here, but whatever. We'll play it in real time if we've got to. We can't go faster than 15 knots though, because we've got our towed sonar array trailing behind us. We're on the fat line, so like it should be all right, but you don't want to push it because they'll snap off and then you're without anything and then it's just not good. So 15 knots. Oh yeah, that's definitely going on the playlist. Oh yeah, jamming out. Now here, I'm going to turn this down so I can explain to you. So, on the ships I worked on, it was strict like that. Like you could get away with it, like, far out to sea on autopilot, and, like, you could bullshit with your watch partner, you know what I'm saying? And there was 2 of us on the bridge, so you really got to know the guy you worked with, you know? But for the most part, it was all business. Like, there's no personalities on the bridge, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially when you're navigating, like when you're in restricted waterways and you're not on autopilot, like you're up there for 8 hours a day on a split shift for 4 hours on, 4 hours of overtime, then you get like 2 hours or 3 hours of rests, and then you go back on your 4-hour watch on the bridge. And it's just that every day. It's like every day. It's the same thing. And when you're on that bridge, like I said, there's no room for personality. Like, it's all business. And let me tell you, like, don't you dare think about even falling asleep. Like, That's not a that you're fired for that. That's like an automatic, you're done. You know what I'm saying? So it's very, very trying. Because you're supposed to, like, and when they say on watch, like even when the ship is steering itself, they want you looking out those windows and scanning the ocean for anything you might run into. Now imagine that, like, even though it is a split shift, but it's 8 hours a day, that's what you do. You sit on that bridge, you're not steering, you're monitoring radar, and you're monitoring that the autopilot is functioning. And then the rest is just staring at the ocean. An empty ocean all day long. And you can get bored of that, and then when you finally get some excitement, it's because the weather is bad. So now you're doing your job, and you're in rough seas. And you hear the ship. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen a 1,000-foot oil tanker steel oil tanker flex and bend, and then you hear that in the ship, the creaking and the bending when you're in foul weather. Like, if you stand in a corridor that's long and narrow, you can actually see the corridor bending, the steel flexing back and forth. And that's when the job isn't boring. You know, you're not bored at that point because you're like, okay, what can happen next, you know? But you spend hours and hours and hours of your life just staring at nothing. Staring at nothing, like just watching the ocean go by. And it could drive you up the wall, like... It takes a special person. Now, being in a submarine, I can't even imagine. Like, I can't even imagine what I'm not cut out for it. I can tell you that. Like, in real life, I ain't cut out for it. I can't do it. And you gotta figure, like, it's all like, there's no room. Like, there was no room barely for personality on the bridges I worked on. Like, you could, you know, like I said, you could get away with your watch partner, you know, and cut up a little bit, but in the end, it's still all business. Imagine being on a vessel that can wipe out an entire city. Like, I guarantee you there's no room at all for any personality. Like, it's just all business with these people, and they do it for months on end under the ocean, without seeing the sky. And this is all they see is monitors and equipment, and and they have, I guarantee you they have that same rotation. 4 hours of their watch, 4 hours of their overtime duties, which would most likely be ship maintenance, and probably officers don't do that. They do more end of paperwork things during their overtime hours. But 4 hours on your watch, 4 hours on your overtime duties, split that with a short break, and then another 4 hours. Like, it's gotta drive. It's like it's gotta drive you up the wall. And that's where multiplayer comes in. Yeah, like if you had friends in here with you, talking with you and stuff, and cutting up and joking, yeah, that would make it easier. But we're on our way. We're getting there. We're doing 4 times compression, so we're all right. And that's all you hear is the hum of the ship. When you're asleep, when you're awake, like, I actually got, like, you get used to it, you know, you get used to that hum. The one thing I could say that would be better about being on a submarine is if the weather's rough, you just dive and you're not in the weather You know what I'm saying? Like, it sucks so bad when you're riding on the surface of the ocean and you've been in a storm for like 2 weeks straight. Like, you can't sleep because you're constantly in motion. Like, some guys would put hammocks in their room, you know? That wasn't an option for me in the room that I had. But some guys would hang a hammock and you could get away with it like that, like avoiding the motion, you know? But like when you're in 70-foot seas, there's no sleep. So not only are you on your watch, but now you're not sleeping because the weather is so bad. Like, you're literally getting thrown out of bed in the middle of the night. You know what I'm saying? So imagine, like, weeks on end, you're standing your watch, you're doing your overtime, and then you're going in your room praying that you might get some sleep because the weather's so bad. You know? I miss it, but I don't miss it, you know? I could say, though, like, the first time I pulled into Valdez, Alaska, it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Like, you literally, you alls you see is ocean, and then alls you see is huge mountains as far as the eye can see, and they literally just reach right to the ocean. Like, there's no, like, flat land or it's just straight mountains everywhere. Like, there's no, like, when you pull up, you don't pull up to, like, a horizon. All you see is just big, massive, snow-capped mountains everywhere you look. And it's beautiful. Like, it's breathtaking when you see it. It's quite the scene. I'll post some pictures in Discord so you guys can see it. Which reminds me, if you haven't already, don't forget to join our Discord. That's right. Join the Discord. You too can be part of the Gearhead Navy. That's right. Gearhead wants you. That's right. I want you for the Gearhead Navy. You can help by liking, subscribing, and joining our Discord. That's right. Join the Discord, and you too can be part of the Gearhead Navy. All right. So to join the Discord, all you need to do, you can scan the QR code that you see on the screen. You could click on the link that's in the chat, or you could click on the link that's on my YouTube homepage. If you do join the Discord, just remember that the Discord is AI moderated and sends out hundreds of notifications a day to keep you informed on everything gaming. And when I say everything gaming, I mean everything gaming. But you'll just have to come over and check it out to see what I'm talking about. If you're wanting to be on the show, just please make sure you read through the welcome section and read the co-streamers guidelines and abide by the rules, because I don't want any unfortunate things to happen. So just check that out when you join. All right, so we still got a long haul here. We're on a long haul to the Victor's last known location. So, and we're only able to get away with 4 times compression here. So we're cruising. Oh yeah, age verification. So if you're, all right, so Discord is free. You don't have to pay anything for Discord. To join my server, it's free. It doesn't cost anything. So, but you need to make sure, so if you create your Discord, you do need to add your age information, because if you're under 18, you will not be allowed into the server. It's an adult server. I don't want a bunch of kids in there. So make sure once you create your Discord account that you put an age. I don't want to say the wrong thing here, but make sure that there is an age in there that gets you into the server. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Shadow. Yep, age verification. Yep. It's a thing. Here, I want to go over here and see what our cavitation sounds like. I'm gonna slow it down here. Let's check out our own cavitation. Huh. That's interesting. That's very interesting. We're looking for a Victor. Let's look for Victor. Victor. Can we search Victor, please? Advanced improved kilo with extended range, upgraded electronics, and the ability to launch caliber cruise missiles. All right. I say that's Russian. 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 That's us. That's us. That's us. This is the Victor we're looking for. Shang. We're looking for a Vietnamese sub, and this is it. Shang 2. Shang 2. Shang 2. All right. So when we go out here and look, these are targets that are there, but we haven't identified them yet. We haven't tracked them. We haven't done anything with them. So there's a Russian sub in the area somewhere. We don't know exactly where he's at, but we know he's here. And then there's our Victor. That's the Vietnamese sub that we're supposed to train. We're supposed to shoot a training torpedo at this submarine. It's got dual props. You see that? That's crazy. Only one of them is functioning. All right, back on board. So that's our Victor. This is the guy we're looking for. That one right there. We have any photos? Oh, there's a photo. And improved acoustics, quieting for blue water escort duties. So there's the acoustics. I would say that's the one we're looking for. Let's go back to the specifications. Let's take a look at it again. Wait, now that's another Russian. Wait, we got 2 Russian subs? There's our Victor. See, it has that little beveled edge there. Is that, did I count that right? Is that, there's 1, 2. So there's 2 Russian subs in the area. Then there's the Victor. See, that's number 1. That's number 2. And that's the Victor. I believe our order said that there was not supposed to be any other subs in the area, right? Is that what that said? Only the Kilo should be present in the area. So we want to see his signature. Now this I haven't learned yet. See his signature? How do I find that? Where do I find that at? And okay, so it's also going to look like that. So let's go check this out over here on Sonar. Let's see what we can learn. That's a sonar ping. Now I wonder if that's us. All right, so here's how we're going to test that. Let's turn off all of our equipment here. Let's shut it down. Let's stop our fathometer. And let's stop our forward sweeps. What screen was that on? Do our forward sweeps here. All right, so and we've got I'm going to retract our buoy for now. I'm going to retract our AS. Actually, I'm going to leave it out and see what we got on here still. See if we still, yeah, so it still hears something. So that's a ping. That's active sonar. So I don't know if that's us or not. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna retract my tow line and see if we still pick up sounds. It takes a few minutes to reel it in, so we gotta wait. Because we're still approaching the Victor's last known location, so. No, it's a Vietnamese submarine is what we're looking for. We're looking for this guy right here. This Type 093A V1 Shang. And here's a photo. And this is its sensor returns. So this is what we're looking for on a sonar or radar to know that he's near us. Which I still haven't figured out how to get those blue signatures yet. I'm still working on learning that. Let's see if our array is towed in yet. No, we're still towing in our array here. So once it gets in, I'm gonna listen again to see if that sonar ping is still out there, and then that means that that's coming from somebody else, and we need to figure out where it's coming from. See, we're still en route. This is the Victor's last known location. And this is the exercise area. So we'll go here and then we'll travel up there. Just in case we run into them along the way. Actually, I'm going to slow it down a bit too since we're not running any equipment. And then I'm going to set us to go silent running. Let's do patrol quiet, please. See, something's still pinging away over there on the demon analysis. See that? Okay, and it stopped. I think that was us. Did our line retract? No, we're still pulling it in. All right, here we go. It's almost in now. But whatever that was on demon analysis stopped. Let's go over here and check it out again. All right, well, since we got everything retracted, we're just gonna crank it up into flank speed and get to our objective, and then we'll start deploying. Let's test our theory though now. Can we speed up time compression with all of our equipment off? Yeah, you see? Now we can do 6 times because I've turned off all the sonar equipment. Let's go a little faster. Can we do 8? Yeah. Nope. Can't do 8. Okay, we can do 6 though. So once we get there, to the Victor's last known location, I'll slow down time, deploy our fat line, actually I'll just deploy the fat line and maybe our forward sweeping. Okay, let's ask our handy dandy first officer here. What is the best way for one submarine to detect another submarine?
Yeah, that's a classic question. So the best way for one submarine to detect another submarine usually comes down to using passive sonar. That's where you're just listening for the other sub. Rather than pinging out active sonar waves, it's stealthier and keeps your own location hidden. Of course...
Alright, I should have listened to all that, but... Okay, so we want to do passive. We definitely don't want it all cranked up, because we don't even want to send this out, because the other sub will be able to detect that. So we're not going to be doing any high frequency anything. Where did I see passive? Let's look here. This is demon analysis. I think, for some reason, I think this is the route we want to go. Would I use demon analysis as passive radar to locate the enemy submarine?
Yeah, you got it. You can absolutely use demon analysis, sure, for demodulation of narrowband signals as a kind of passive radar underwater. Basically, it's about analyzing the sound signatures of the other sub's machinery or propellers. It's all done passively, so you're just listening in and identifying the enemy sub by its unique acoustic patterns. So yeah, demon analysis is definitely a great tool in the toolbox for that.
What is another tool in the toolbox?
Yeah, for sure. Another tool you might use is something like towed array sonar, which is basically a long array of hydrophones you trail behind your sub. It gives you a really sensitive and wide listening range to detect other submarines at a distance, so it's just another handy passive listening tool in the bag.
Alright. So there we go. We're going to be using demon analysis and our towed array. Let's do the thin line for this one. Thin line, extend. So now our thin line should be on its way out. Yep, there it goes. See anything down here? No, it's deep. Can't see nothing down here. Let's zoom in. Oh yeah, we can. There she is. We can see her. All right. So let's go back here. We've already done our draw. So we would want to go here and turn on our TBA 39. And we'll do WAA. And they're all playing, so that means they're actually capturing right now. I don't see anything. Let's put it right in the middle for now. So what we're looking for is something like this, but not as intense. Basically, I believe that this is our ship, this super bright one, and this is the towed sonar array, the thin line array. So I believe what's capturing here is our actual ship, which is dead center. So really, we're looking for anything to show up out here. And we're totally passive right now, so the only way they would hear us is by detecting our engine noises. I don't know if they follow the orders that I put on this. So let's go to ultra quiet. I don't know if that does anything. I don't know if anybody's responding to that order. Except for me talking all loud. How fast are we going? 10 knots. We'll just leave it right there. If we slow down though, we'll be even quieter, right? So I'm gonna slow down. So now it's the waiting game. So we monitor. Now I'm going to put a crew member here. But then he's going to be changing my screens. No, never mind. I want to be able to look and see. Because I haven't once heard them say, hey, there's something we got a target, you know? Like, never. All right, let's take a look at this. We got demon analysis up here too. So let's skip that. Let's look at... Explain to me the difference between our broadband and narrowband sonar.
Absolutely. So the difference between broadband and narrowband sonar is really in how they listen. Broadband sonar listens across a wide range of frequencies. It's kind of like having a big net to catch all sorts of noise at once. Narrowband sonar, on the other hand, focuses in on very specific frequencies. So it's like tuning into a particular channel to pick up distinct sounds, like a submarine's engine signature. So broadband is broad and general. Narrowband is more specific and fine-tuned. Let me know if you got any more questions.
So what would be the best setting? LAB, WAA, TB34, or TB29A for our narrowband?
Yeah, sure. So if we're looking at those settings for your narrowband sonar, each one actually has its own specialty. For example, if you're dealing with LAB, that might be more out low frequency analysis, while WAA could focus on wide aperture listening. TB34 and TB29A are usually specific to certain sonar arrays. So the best setting really depends on the conditions you're in and what you're trying to pick up. If you need something more versatile, you might lead towards a general purpose setting like TB34, but it all comes down to your scenario and what kind of detection you're going for. So just let me know if you want to go a bit deeper into that.
Explain to me the input and gain settings.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about input and gain settings, it's really about how much signal you're bringing in and how much you're amplifying it. The input setting is basically controlling the level of the signal coming into your system. And then gain is how much you're boosting that signal so you can hear it more clearly or detect it a bit better. So it's kind of like turning up the volume on a quieter signal to make sure you catch all the details, but you got to be careful not to boost it too much or you'll get distortion. So let me know if that makes sense or if you want to dive deeper.
All right, let's take a listen. At the top of the screen, there's 3 ticks that are basically 1, 2, and 3. What are those buttons and what do they do?
Yeah, absolutely. So those 3 little ticks or buttons you're seeing at the top are usually different control modes or presets. It's kind of like having 3 different profiles or quick settings you can switch between. One might be for a certain sonar gain level, another could be for a different frequency range, and the third might be for a specific filtering mode. So basically they just let you quickly tap into different configurations without having to manually adjust everything each time. It's just a little shortcut to make your life easier. Let me know if you need anything else.
See, I know this is so I'm gonna put it on this and listen to it.
Yeah, go for it. Take your time to listen in.
For some reason, they won't even let me see it switch to it. All right, 3 and then 5. Okay. Let's just leave it on 1. What's this? something right here. Wonder if that's the same setting. I still can't listen to it, so it doesn't matter. We don't have any targets, so there's no point in that. Oh, here we go. Why is it not center out? Oh, we're back on analysis, that's why. Why can't analysis be turned on? See where we're at in the grand scheme of things. Keep hitting the wrong button. All right, so we're turning. Hey, welcome. In preferences, turn on crew to help out with voice responses. Okay. All right, in crew preferences, where is that in preferences? Okay, so I'm guessing that's a setting. Audio. Here, let's listen to their music for a while. What do they got? Gameplay. Realism. I'm gonna turn their music down a little bit. That's a little bit intense. What is this? Okay, nope. That is not what we want. Turn. Let's see here, settings. All right. In preferences, turns on crew to help out with voice responses. Maybe that's got. I don't know if what do I have to leave to do that though? Can we save it right where it's at? How do I make my crew talk to me in modern naval warfare?
Yeah, happy to help with that. In modern naval warfare simulations, if you want your crew to communicate more interactively, you usually need to adjust your voice command settings or enable a virtual crew interaction feature. A lot of these sims have an option where you can either set predefined phrases or use a push-to-talk key so that the AI crew will respond more naturally. So dive into your settings and look for any crew interaction or voice comms options that should give you a bit.
Well, if it is, I probably have to go out to the beginning, but I don't remember even seeing that. Shadow, what's going on, man?
I know. I've just done the same, and it says you can have voice commands. That's why they're just sitting there doing nothing normally.
Well, I probably have to start over then to do that.
It said in prep.
All right, so let me quit. We'll quit and check
If
it out.
it isn't, now it's messed up. Well, it isn't. You've saved it, haven't you, sir? It's where it is. That's the only thing. Is it the top? Oh, it's not the top corner. Is it top
Yeah,
right-hand corner?
I already checked there, and it didn't have any
that
option
one.
for
I thought you
that.
did the one. Yeah.
So I'll go back out and see if there's something on here. Okay, so settings. What is this? I haven't even seen this. What is this? All right, that's just me. Okay, select. What does this do? Oh. Okay, that's just the PDFs that are in the game. Those are going to be the training videos. Gameplay, language, English.
Oh, top.
Right.
Simulator settings, I suppose. I don't.
Okay, that's just
Gameplay, full screen on, display resolution 38.4, overall quality. You know what? I'm going to turn it down to very high and see if that can speed up our time. Real-time station rendering. What does real-time station rendering mean in my modern naval warfare settings?
Yeah, definitely. So real-time station rendering basically means that the simulation is continuously updating and showing your crew stations and equipment in real time. So if something changes on a radar screen or a sonar display, you're seeing that update as it happens. It just makes everything feel a lot more dynamic and lifelike. So yeah, it's a pretty cool.
All right, so can I change that setting? All. Interactable. I'm gonna leave it on all. So the options for that real-time station rendering are all or real time. What does that mean? No, it wasn't real time. Sorry. It was interactable and
Yeah, they might talk to you.
So for the real-time station rendering, I get two options. It is all and interact. What does that mean?
Yeah, so that's a pretty common kind of setup. When you've got all selected, it means all the stations are being rendered at once. So you can basically see everything in real time, whether you're interacting with it or not. If you go with interact, it only updates the stations that you're actively clicking on or interacting with. So all is going to be more immersive, but it might use more system resources. Interact is going to be a bit lighter on your system and just focus on what you're doing. So just...
All right, let's turn our graphic settings down to the middle. All right. We'll turn that on all. Realism. Okay. Own ship sensors on, realistic op 4 sensors on, realistic weapons effectiveness on, Realistic procedure times on. Okay. SFX full screen off on. Display resolution right. Okay, let's see. Adjust simulator settings. Here we go. Maybe this is it. Oh no, this is where we just were.
Delay.
Language. Yeah, you can't do anything with the language. Okay. Graphics we've done. Realism we've done. We've checked all that. Okay. Yeah, because I saw a video where the crew was talking to the guy. So I was wondering the same thing. All right. Well, we've done that. I think we've tried all of our. Is there something here before we start the mission? Maybe no.
Yeah, that's what I've just answered. Yeah.
This just takes us to the training videos if we click on it. Yeah, that just opens up YouTube. And the training videos really aren't that great. Yeah, it's like, what is this? Go backwards? Okay. What does this do? Oh, it just takes you, okay. 1 versus 1 convoy hunt. Strike. All right, I don't know about that yet. I'm not ready for that. Let's try let's do this again. Do this training mission until we get it figured out. Yeah, I don't think it like I saw a video too, like, and the crew was like, yeah, you know,
You had time. Exactly, yeah.
okay, so it's giving us real-time rendering now. Okay. See how none of the screens have any information? It's like different now. Okay, it's just
GPU doesn't
we're doing good. It's fine. I turned the graphic settings down to medium, so that should help.
what's going on there?
Situational awareness. There we go. And then again, it just, you select from the different. Ah, I like that better. Because that now you can, like, once you see something, you can know where it's at. Like its bearing and range and stuff. But anyways, we got to get to the surface so we can receive our orders. Wait, I want to go back there. Set this to depth. Rigging. Surface. And then we'll set this to mast. All right, I'm gonna put the crew member here. Oops, I don't want to do that. I mean, really, I should go do that first mission again. That's what I should. You know what? I'm gonna go do that because that's gonna that gives you more stuff to look at. Like, let's do that until we get. Oh man, I quit the whole game. I didn't do that. Maybe I'll use torpedoes this time instead of using missiles.
Very good.
Okay. Yeah, it runs at a solid 88% now. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Let's try it again. All right, we need to head to the surface and receive our radio communique. I'll do it because they don't know how to do it. So. Now let's see what happens when we turn our time compression up. I switched one for the other though. I've got... Oh, we're still on our way up. Okay, let's go back. All right. Yeah, I can hear them. Bluebells, how's it going? I could just barely see him here. That's his signature right there, that little line that's just barely lit. But it says S3. I don't understand why we're not tracking him. Why can't we track him? I want an A1. That's what I want. There, I hear his propellers. But why aren't we? I want a clear track. Why can't we get a clear track on him? Can't listen to that though. Why can't we listen to that? Let's do demon analysis. Can't listen to that either. S3. Nice. Yeah, so is yeah, football, soccer, yep, gotcha, yep. So is Shadow. Shadow's watching too. He's watching, he said he's watching me and watching the game at the same time. We're getting better though. We've learned a lot. I've actually learned how to shoot a ship, so we're getting better. Alright, so there's A1. We know that we've got A1 figured out. Let's go back to this. Get our draw. Why are you tracking E1? Why is that a thing? Why are you doing that? I don't want to shoot at a whale. I want to shoot at this guy. Oh, that's why. Okay. Yep, I remember. There we go. So, put this in solution. Tick marks over there. Let's apply that. There we go. There we go. Now we're on the right one. Okay. But this time I think we're too far away for torpedoes. All right, we're ready to go. I'm going to do it. All right, we want to go here. ASM. All right, we got to make it ready. Okay, we got to make it ready first. So, harp, make ready. Then we go to harp, tube 4, assign mission. There we go. Tubes. Flood the tube. I've never been much of a soccer person myself. I never really, I don't even like American football. So like regular football or soccer or any of it. I'm not, I like NASCAR. I like car racing, that type of stuff. But like contact sports or baseball or hockey or any of that stuff, I'm really not a fan. Okay, let's open the door. See, I've got this figured out. Launching ship missiles, I've got it figured out. Torpedoes, not so much. Let's arm it. There it goes. It's out. There it is. Whoop, missile away. So I've gotten that down to a science now. Like I can just start blowing ships out of the water. Take everybody out. I wish we could hear the missiles though, like flying through the air. But I guess you really wouldn't see it anyways. There's the ship. I see it. See it right there. So we're on target. uh, See, I got that down to a science, right, Shadow? Oh, I didn't do pop-up that time, though. Boom. It's underwater targets I can't figure out. Yeah, this one's PC. Yeah, it's a modern naval warfare PC game. It's pretty crazy, all the detail that goes into it. Like, it's there's a lot. Like, it took me 2 days just to figure out how to do what I just did, you know. Now I got it down to a science. So we accomplished that mission. So if I quit, it'll say that we accomplished the mission. So success. All right. So I'm going to continue. Now this time I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to try it with torpedoes because I haven't done torpedoes yet. So let's load here. Yeah, and it gets really in depth too. Like they give you, and it's in pre-release too, so they're still developing the game. But like when this first was even talked about, they were talking about like loading in real live ship traffic and real live ships, just like Microsoft Flight Simulator gives you real flights and stuff like that. So I'm hoping they get it there because that would make it even more immersive. Like you could do even more with it, like handle real war scenarios and so on and so forth. But we'll see what happens. All right, so let's get our screens where we want them. We'll set that one there. This one rigging. We're going to go to the surface and our mast. I'm going to just go ahead and no, I'm not going to extend it because I want to go fire on this guy anyways. All right, let's get our crew in place here. No, get out of here. Look, nobody showed up for work today. Only 2 people, 3 people. Get out of that. Let's get our lights. No, get out of that. Go ahead, standard and 040 order. Right, we're on the way up. Yep, okay. How fast are we going? How fast are we going? 12. Okay, that's good. got our equipment up, so what's the problem? It's hard though, man. Like, I didn't sleep good last night either, so I'm tired at this point, but I like the game. I see the potential of it. They're talking about this summer it's going to be co-op, so you'll be able to play on the same sub with friends. Like, so I guess they can man the stations or whatever. And then sometime after that, it's gonna be PvP where you can actually play against other players in their subs. So we'll see. I've tried doing this sub on sub mission a few times, but I can't seem to find the sub. All right, we should be able to get our orders by now. Let's see. Why aren't our orders coming through? The orders have come through every time. And now they're not coming through. What did we set our depth to? 040. There we go. All right, so this time we're going to attack with torpedoes. We're not going to attack with ASM. So we need to plot a course to this guy. All right, let's do our sound profile first before we go get all crazy with it. Let's do that. Sound, draw SSP. We're going to set trace to target A1. And then we're gonna ray trace that target. And we should be picking him up on sonar, but I don't see a damn thing. Did I do everything the right way? Let's go back in here. So we've got the ray tracing set. Let's try situational awareness. There's A1. Thank you. Where is he? So is he? That's not okay. So we've got A1 tracking. There's his line. I think I see his line there. Oh. Yep, I can hear his screws. I hear his screws, so that's him. That little faint line that you see there is the ship. Barely anything. Let's go to demon analysis. Add A1. Why can't we add A1? Yep, I can hear his screws. I can hear him making noise. Glad you're live, Tap. Hopefully you sleep better tonight, amigo. Yeah, me too. I hope so. I probably will. We think it's because she went to the kids' baseball game, and we didn't eat until like almost 8 o'clock at night, which we never do. So we think because she had the same thing happened to her. Like we were both wide awake by 2 a.m., you know, wide awake. See, we don't get anything on this one, though. So his range is 070. Yeah, you can see his white line right there. Like there's barely anything, but that's him. And we don't have any tow to raise out, so that doesn't matter. But why can't we add A1 to... Anyways, I don't know. If we take it down to the broad, the narrow band, that doesn't do it. Doesn't give us A1. So anyways, okay. We know he's there. We're going to get in torpedo range here, so let's speed things up here. Let's make sure. Let's go here. Wait, we're gotta actually speed up the ship. Yeah, see, our AIS is still up, so we're still tracking that way. Let's try. So now I know that that's up to date, accurate info, that target. Like, as long as I just leave my AIS antenna up, it doesn't seem to be... Okay, see, he's turning. But I actually want to get... I want to look at this guy through the periscope. Doing pretty good with the compression now that I've brought the graphics down to the mid, and I turned the sensor arrays to real time, not interactable. Which, that's, if you notice, everything acts different now. It doesn't, all of the screens are not the way they used to be. All right, so here we go, and we see him moving with us like he's actually... All right, so let's slow things down here. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do another intercept course. INT save. Hitting the wrong button. Why won't you go to your course? Alright, I'm just going to do it by hand then. No, I don't want to do... I want to do port, sorry. Course. Go to port. All right, he's got his rudder going to port now. So I want to intercept him from the side. There we go. And his rudder went midship. Okay, that's what we wanted. How fast are we going? Plenty of fast. All right. All right, we're gonna launch this torpedo at this guy, and hopefully it blows him out of the water. It's not the same as ASM. You don't have to do the other plotting. I think we're gonna find out here in a minute. If not, I'll go read the manual on this tonight. There is somewhat of a manual on it. I don't know how helpful it's gonna be, but we'll find out here in a minute. All right, let's open the door. All right, it's out. There it is. Let's see what happens. Looks like it's tracking. Yeah, it's tracking. F1. Let's see here. Little do they know. Let's see if we get it this time. Last time I failed at this. Go back to inside and let's go to the station. Target. Yeah, this one looks good. It's actually following it. I see the torpedo turning, so. We'll know in a second here, right? Yep, I think I see it heading. Yeah, I see something moving towards it. Boom! Contact. First successful torpedo. Oh, she's going down. Look at that. She's going down. Woo! Man. We blew her guts out, boy. Ooh. Did you see that, Shadow? You missed it, man. We blew her out of the water. Would you look at that? Man, it didn't take long, too. That ripped her apart. All right, well, I got torpedoes and I got ship missiles figured out. Let's see, do they take us down to see Old Hob? Here, let's turn a... Oh, yeah, look at that. She's sitting on the bottom. Oh, look at that big, massive hole in the side. Look at that. She's got a big old hole in her side right there from where the torpedo hit her. No more terrorist goods today. The ship was hauling goods for terrorists, weapons for terrorists. Woo, look at that. She's still leaking air. Is she still sitting on the surface too at the same time? Yeah. Her bow is... Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the depth of the sub. Yeah, true. Yeah. Anyways, I think I'm going to wrap it up. I did my duties. I did my duties today. I've gotten better. I'm getting better at it. Apparently, there's some real in-depth missions to this thing. Like, we're just breaking the tip of the iceberg with this game. I want to see if she goes all the way down. There she is. Here, let's speed it up and see if the bow settles. That doesn't look like it. Anyways, we sank her. Look at that big old hole in her side. Here, I'm gonna take a screenshot so I can. I'm gonna post it in Discord here. Yeah. I'm gonna call that a successful day. I've done my duty for king and country, as my brothers across the pond would say. uh, that was definitely a lot cooler than the ship missile. Like, that thing blew her up. All right. Anyways, thanks everybody for watching. You guys are the best. Thanks for hanging out with me all day. I appreciate you. If you haven't already, don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow. And we'll see you guys next time.